darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd like to view. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Hold on. The hold on. The Stream Deck stopped working as soon as I went live. So all my buttons to like automatically turn the screen on and put the audio back, they all stopped. We love that. We love that for me. All right, load a little bit faster. There we go. All right. Anyway, trophy time. Okay. Let's see. The trophies that I need. Only a few. Oh. Because you can't sort by the ones you don't have, but oh no, it just shows the ones you don't have. So the only ones that I can really grind towards directly is these top three. The other ones sort of just happen over time. So yeah, it's the same as the last time I streamed this. Bonus received. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. Look at the little fox. He's so cute. Well. Oh, there's no rewards. I was waiting for it to load. Okay. Let's see. Yep, my defense is lost. No, draw, and I won. Okay, cool. Yep. Oh, spend points? Spend points. Oh. Hey, spend points. Wait, what do I need to upgrade my level of? Oh, security, and definitely. Oh, so... Oh my god, I have... Oh my god, my cat is angry. Oh my god. She's so mad. I have B rank staff? What the fuck? Okay, so everybody needs to be a higher level, but I mean, I don't even think that matters, because I don't really need anything developed.
Please specify a project.
Yeah, nothing is important. Alright, Ellie, you want out of the bedroom? No, she's mad because I put the curtain up and she can't climb out the window. Give her some belly rubs.
Please
She's been getting
specify a
stuck at
project.
the window because she'll climb behind the curtain and then she'll be like, oh my god, I can't get out. It's fucking stupid.
Please select a mission.
Okay, so mission tasks. Yeah, this one. Okay, so extracted 2 CFA officials, extract prisoner being held at the camp, extract 4 search team reinforcements. Okay, and just to be absolutely sure that I'm still on the right track here, do I have the guide for this still? Phantom Pain trophies. Awesome. I do still have it. Okay, so I'm looking for Control F tasks. Complete mission tasks. Yeah. Oh boy. What mission is this? Rescue. Oh boy. Wait. Wait, what? Yeah, here we go. Rescue the intel agents. Okay, so the ones that I need to do is extract 2 CFA officials. Officials are at the camp. Keep scanning everyone with their binoculars until you recognize them. Okay, so just extract everybody. Okay, so for the search team, you can alert the search team looking for the escaped agent, and they will send reinforcements. Second option, if you are in the northern landing zone, you'll start near a road that 2 jeeps use to drive to the area where the search team is. You need to extract the occupants of both jeeps. 3 in the first one, and the second... What? And 1 in the second, shortly behind the first. Okay. So I have S rank for this mission. So if I land here, right, and I can have the equipment of invisible, that'll make my life easy. And bam. Okay. Also, no. So, oh, you know what I should do? I should make... Yeah, that's what I should do. Okay, so I just had this amazing idea. I do that. That. Okay, and that's loadout 1. And then I go over to loadout 2. And they just have it be as normal. Nope, not bionic arm. I want rocket arm. I want rocket to punch. And then also the cigar. Wormhole. Character bandana. Infinity. Sneaking suit. Let's see. Yep. Oh. Flare supply. Actually, I don't need that because I have infinite ammo. But I do need captured cage. Why are these different? Oh, because the cardboard box is different. Do weather resistant. Yep. Oh, that's loadout 3. Yep, that's good. Okay, so this one. This one. Okay, get some hydration. Yep. Oh, you know what I can do? Oh, I'm looking to make myself a new PNG tuber. Oh, it's not working. Oh, it's working. Alright, cool. I just made myself a new cozy emote, which is quite lovely. Big fan of that. I made that a follower emote, I believe. So that's pretty good. Combat deployment, by the way. So I gotta do all key dispatch missions, and I don't know what the fuck that entails, man. But holy shit, is it gonna take fucking forever? Be careful down there, boss. Give me all these things. Okay, so I'm looking for jeeps of people. Oh, I'm gonna have hiccups very soon. Okay, so there's the jeep with 3 people. Go. No, no. What the fuck happened to them? What are they, scared? Oh, they are. They're scared. Hey, wait, why don't I do this?
You gotta extract him.
That should be the 2 jeeps of people. Mission task. Yep. Alright, that was easy. Extract the prisoner being held at the camp. Oop, prisoner. Yes. Wait, which one? This one. This way.
Extraction arrived at mother base.
Oh, wild animals. Okay, so there's the prisoner. CFA soldier. Oh, wrong button.
Extract our man before the search team can find him. Check his location on your
Yeah, I will, don't worry. Okay. Did it say any 2 CFA soldiers? Attracted 2 CFA officials. Oh, officials! Aha, not soldiers, officials. Haha.
Detected. You have arrived at your destination.
Get you out of here, pal.
You've reached the target's predicted field of
Um,
Arrived at mother base.
reading comprehension. Yeah.
Find him.
complete.
Now, rescue the other
Caution,
target.
rain
Head for
approaching.
Gazebo camp.
Hands up. D-Dog, go get him. What? Yeah, good boy. Good boy, Stan.
Our man you extracted gave us all the intel he could.
Get fucked.
Where our other agent is being held captive. And he brought back
Analysis
intel on the
complete.
Soldier.
Guy deserves a
Oh well, I'm
raise.
just gonna extract everybody.
Your iDroid.
Because I think that'll be easier
Updated.
than finding actual officials.
You gonna extract him?
Sure am.
Detected. The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Ooh, hey, there's another prisoner up here.
Enemy
Ah.
presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
You're coming with me. Kaz, don't you say a damn thing. Five out of 6.
Okay, subject is in. He's coming too. Roger that.
Oops. Get him.
We got some information out of that soldier you extracted. His squad was on their way to the encampment to execute our intel team member. We also now know exactly where they're keeping the target. I'm sending the location to your iDroid.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay.
You gotta extract him.
Analysis complete.
Talk. Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
Don't drown in that puddle, though. Oh, we got more guys over here.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Yeah, just wait until they come down, and then I'll hold them up. Hands up, pal. It's so stupid. You're all getting kidnapped. You're coming with me.
He's coming too.
Yep.
Roger that. Gazebo camp, an enemy outpost. It's got good visibility and not many places to hide. Use the
Oh,
landscape where
body armor.
possible.
Okay. Oh, you should have played. You should have played the game.
Speak. Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
You gotta extract him.
Yep. But not after I recharge my thing first. And start taking people out.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Oh, I was gonna say, surely I can hit that, right? Oh, I missed. Oh, there we go. There's not many guys around here, actually. I'm gonna get this guy first so he doesn't drown. Oh, a diamond. Oh my god, he's gonna die. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Roger that.
I love that meme. Hey, where are the officials?
You gotta extract him.
Whoops. Hey, a diamond. Alright, let's... Okay, first of all, give me the diamond. Second of all, tell me where your friends are.
Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
Good. You're a good man.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Oops. Now I could get this prisoner.
Analysis complete.
Hands up. Spit it out. Where are the others?
The map has been updated.
Where are the CFA officials, though?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Outpost captured.
I don't know.
The map has been updated.
I did that just for fun.
You gotta extract him. Stay okay.
You son of a bitch.
The map has been updated.
Speak. Where are your friends? Speak. Where are the others?
The map has been
Subject on board.
updated.
Leave the rest to us.
Landmines. There's the target, a mortar.
Coming too. Roger that.
Oh, wait, did that say task achieved? Yep, there it is. Alright, let's get the last guy and get the fuck out of here. And that is all mission tasks for this mission. Hey, boats. Oh, I forgot. This guy's a fucking pussy.
Arrived at the base.
That's the target.
Yeah, that's him, alright.
Half starved too.
The map
There's
has
no way
been
he can stand the
updated.
shock of a
Support
Fulton
helicopter
extraction.
requested.
Get him out by chopper.
There is no shock of a Fulton extraction. It's a wormhole through space.
They kept saying the disease was her fault.
Maybe it was.
Just shouting it at me. Over.
Nice monologue, kid. I've got things to steal. And sell for profit. Actually, I shouldn't take this, because I think there's a different mission that requires me to take it later on.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
Look at all these things I can steal.
LZ. We'll stand by.
Hey.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Cool. Let's get out of here.
Confirmed extraction of both targets.
Mission info has been
Have all the
updated.
data
Boss.
docs. Thank you.
Hey, boss.
Departing. Nice work. Keep it up.
Nice work, pal.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Yes. Mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional.
It sure was. A ring. Octopus. Mantis. Fucking good one. Nanomachines. Obtained emblem part barrel. Let's go. I'm up 1% in overall completion. Let's fucking go. Wait, did this just happen? Yeah, this just happened a few minutes, 6 minutes ago. Draw. Draw. Cool. Paints. Combat deployment. Yeah, when does this shit end?
Please
Oh,
select a mission.
in like a long time.
Unit dispatched.
Okay.
Please select a mission.
Okay, so that was mission, like, I don't even know. This one. Okay, so next up is this one, which is already S rank, which means I can use invisible. Extracted the former rebel, what? Bele soldier. Extracted 5 snipers from areas near Kunjania Mine, northeast and southwest guard posts. Extract 3 armored vehicles. Okay, is this Afghanistan? No, this is Africa. Okay. See, I know the Afghanistan landscape more than I know the Africa landscape.
Mission accepted.
Fuck. So this is gonna require a lot of running.
Mission not
Okay,
accepted.
so for this one, this is Blood Runs Deep. Control F. Blood Runs Deep. Well, the one that I'm worried about is extracting the soldier. So this is the first as you complete. The starting area is just south. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't get much sleep. Where you can find the soldier, you have to distinguish him from the other soldiers, but since he's the only one with a white shirt, you'll spot him easily. Oh, okay. Oh, and it has a picture right here. Okay, so he's got a white shirt and a beret.
Mission
Cool.
accepted.
And it says just south of the plantation.
Deploying.
I always like going at nighttime because it makes you harder to spot. which is pretty good and useful. Punished venom snake.
There's 6 targets.
No way.
The contract is to kill them all.
Oh,
And the client is the general they served under. He wants them dead to keep them from talking. Check a VI on your eye
look at the
for more
little fox.
information.
Okay, so guy in a white shirt, and then 5 snipers. Oh, look, there he is, there in the white shirt. Okay, extracted 5 snipers, and then 3 armored vehicles. That should be pretty easy.
Be careful down there, boss.
Oh, I love the frame rate drops every time the helicopter leaves.
The map has been updated.
Oh, that's an enemy helicopter. Right? Yep. Okay. This way for the guy in the white shirt. And all the snipers have a red, laser beam, so they should be easy to spot. In addition to stand here just sniffing them out. Pretty straightforward. That is the sound of a vehicle driving away. Or closer.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Now, is this armored? Sure is. Get its attention, run away,
Gunship. A single burst from its machine gun can cut a thing in half.
let it fire randomly. Wait for it to stop, extract. Right through a wormhole, because that's how things work in 1984.
You gotta extract him.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Don't ask questions.
Enemy
That's from heavy
presence detected.
plantation.
The map
The
has
targets
been
are mixed in with the
updated.
soldiers in that base. Use the VI to identify them.
Analysis complete.
Boaster.
You have arrived at your destination.
Yeah. No radio communications for you. Nope. I'm not seeing any snipers. Oops. Oh, cool. Thanks.
The map has been updated.
Just tell me where he is. What's your
Analysis
stats?
complete.
Garbage.
You have arrived at your destination.
Boaster. Boaster. Oh, my stealth is about to run out. Let me get somewhere safe. Activate stealth 2.0. Look, it's a guy in a white shirt.
So you spotted the target.
Uh-oh. I shot the balloon, not him.
count as eliminating them. Neither does
Sure it does.
knocking them out.
Right? I was supposed to extract them? Yeah, extract them. Alright.
Extracting the target.
Analysis
Our
complete.
contract was to kill the target.
I don't think there's any snipers around here.
5 targets remaining.
But I'll hide and
It's been updated.
look. So, oh yeah, the snipers are near the mine, not the plantation. Okay. And then 3 armored vehicles. So I've gotten 1. Don't know where the other ones are yet. But I imagine they'll be along the roads.
Extraction.
Isn't that right, Stan?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Anything in these houses? Not really. Found a weapon?
Enemy presence detected. The map has
Ooh.
been updated.
Oh, the helicopter. I need to remember about that.
Analysis complete.
Okay, I don't see any headlights for the armored vehicle.
Analysis complete.
Whoops.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay, shipping containers, but no armored vehicle. I'll do this. Oop. Yeah, pet Stan. Yeah, he deserves it. But also steal their stuff through wormholes. Because that makes sense.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Okay. I'm just keeping an eye on that helicopter. Where the hell are the other vehicles?
You've reached the mine.
Detected.
5 targets are being held captive at that outpost.
Yeah.
Your iDroid will show you where they are.
Analysis
So that's
complete.
not a sniper rifle, but yeah, you chose wrong,
You have
Phil.
arrived at your destination.
What about you?
Analysis complete.
Also not a sniper rifle. Wait, what's your stats? Ooh, yeah, you're good. Kidnap time.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I shouldn't leave that guy, but I'm gonna. Okay. Where do you stand? Good little boy. That's the little fox that's right up next to me in the top left. Little mascot.
Analysis complete.
Uh-oh.
Analysis
They're coming
complete.
right for me. Uh-oh. He's like, what the fuck happened to that guy?
Analysis complete.
Troublemaker harassment. Oof. You are not welcome amongst my staff.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oh, wait, that reminds me. I gotta plant traps. Probably all just gonna catch hedgehogs. Oh, wait. Where is it? It's like a vulture or something.
Analysis complete.
Okay, I'm not seeing any snipers. Oh, fuck me. I don't know why that just happened. Took off my camo.
Stay low and crawl along the ground.
Yep,
Should
I'll
enable
do
you to
that.
sneak past enemies.
I can stay low. Good thing I don't need S rank.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Oh. Alright, now if I just get on the counter and I get in the box, they will never find me. What? They found me. Alright, anyway, where the hell are the snipers? What? Hey, stand still. Oh my god.
Snake, talk to me!
Nope.
Snake! Snake! 5 of the targets should be at the Kugenda mine. Find them. You've reached the mine.
Wait, 5? That's how many snipers I need to extract.
That outpost. The VI on your iDroid will show you where they are.
It's not all the snipers.
You have arrived at your destination.
What? It didn't let me QuickTime event. You suck.
5 of the targets should be at the Kunganga mine. You've reached the mine. 5 targets are being held captive at that outpost. The VI on your iDroid will show you where they are.
You have arrived at your destination.
So if I just extract everybody, surely that will include the 5 people that I need, right? Surely. What? I have to unlock this
You know,
again.
extract him.
Oh, he's got a helmet. Okay. Stop knocking out my camouflage. Not cool.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Huh? What? What happened there? Hold on. Wait. Oh, this guy's... Yeah, there he goes. What the hell? He was glitched out. That's funny. Okay, I still need to destroy all their shit, though. So that they don't snitch on it.
Extract him.
Wait.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Alright, here comes the helicopter.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Where the hell are the snipers?
Analysis complete.
Ooh, diamonds.
Marker placed.
Okay, box time.
Roger that.
Wait. Box time. I'm gonna eat some pumpkin pie while I
Enemy
wait for my
presence detected. The map
ammo
has
to
been updated.
recharge. Two-thirds there. Uh-oh.
Get him! Sputno! Go!
Analysis complete.
Right.
You gotta extract him.
Yep. best believe it. Flashbang. Alright, my only real threat is the helicopter. I don't know if this guy's technically a sniper or not, but I mean, he's in a tower. But usually snipers have the red laser and they've got the sniper icon, and
He's coming too. Roger that.
these guys don't fit the bill.
Analysis complete.
Nope, you decided to move. You fail. Oh, is it? Wait, this is the mission where I extract the kids. Oh. Oh, that's right. Oh. Okay, I remember. That's why the snipers aren't out yet. It's because I haven't started extracting. Or, escorting. Hey,
Analysis complete.
hey pal, freeze.
Outpost captured.
Outpost captured. Yeah. Okay, so this... but the armored vehicles, though... Oh. Alright, well, I want the diamonds, because I want money.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
You have arrived at
Money.
your destination.
Money.
The map has been updated.
Damn, I forgot this mission. Whoops. That's why, yeah, that's why this mission area is shaped like a diamond. Because it's a diamond mine. So the people who are running this diamond mine use these children as, you know, child labor. So I gotta save the kids. Remember, the mission is to save the children. Remember that. Save the children.
Bingo. You know what to do.
Diamonds. Only 10 carat.
Their lives for a fistful of diamonds, huh? And what happens after that? They can't go home. They've only got two options. Heaven or hell.
No, there's another.
Utter heaven. Tape's rolling, boss.
Yep.
How about it, Cos? Looks like our client just got outbid.
We got the recording. Objective accomplished.
Let's go.
Let's go. Oh my god, is it snowing?
We'll bring him back to Mother Base.
Yep.
Now, for the RV.
Rendezvous.
There's some high ground down
Yes,
river.
holograms
I'll have the chopper set down
in
there.
1984. Hi,
Lead
CJ.
the kids to safety.
Hey.
The kids don't get hurt.
Uh.
No matter what, you bring him back alive.
Yeah, I'll bring him back
Exit
alive.
the cave and turn left. Then pass through the swamp and follow the river downstream.
Okay. Oh, kids, wait up.
Doesn't look like he can walk.
Hallo.
Still gonna help.
Hallo, Leute. Okay, any more diamonds? Yeah, just extract the kid with the wormhole technology. Wait. Wait. Kids. Children. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Let's just do this the super fucking easy way.
Alright, target extracted.
Shoot them. Shoot the kids.
If even one of those kids die, the mission's a failure.
Sure would be a failure if any of the kids died. Good thing I extracted them all. Through wormhole technology.
Target extracted.
Thank you, Elon Musk.
Target extracted. Is that everyone?
Dan, how'd you get outside?
Alright, objective complete.
Yep, objective
Now you
complete.
just need to safeguard the target. Get on the chopper.
Yeah, get on the chopper. What I need, though, actually, is to find 5 snipers and extract them. So, a boss. You missed. Oh, so did I, actually. I missed, too. Don't move.
You gotta extract him.
I'm gonna extract everybody. I don't know who counts as a sniper and who doesn't. Probably not the guy with the machine gun, but, you know, we get there. That doesn't look like a sniper either.
Roger that.
The map has been updated.
Oh, did I? Yeah, let's do this.
You gotta extract him.
There's also no more armored vehicles, so I might have to do this mission again. Which kind of sucks, but... Alright, that's all. Excuse me, fellas. Oh, you failed. Where are the snipers?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
That's not a sniper rifle. What a shot. Oh well, extract everybody.
You gotta extract him.
Yep. Hey, freeze. I hit the vest twice. There we go. We get there. Okay.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Normally, you have to escort those kids all the way through this fucking jungle and through all these bad guys, and it's like a whole fucking problem. When you finally get to this field, and oh, I forgot to call the helicopter.
Support helicopter requested.
And then once you get in the air, you get in a fucking dogfight with the other helicopter. And then you shoot a vulture and kidnap the vulture through a wormhole. And you're like, yeah, man, that was the 80s. And then you laugh. And then you pet your fox dog pet. Was an eye patch. And a stun gun. Yeah, I failed. I didn't get the snipers, and I didn't get armored vehicles. Northeast and southwest guard posts. So... southwest. I mean, that would be right here, but... I don't know. I'll do it again.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Enemy presence detected. The
Oh my
map
God.
has been updated.
All right, mission complete, boss. Maybe you'll actually break a sweat next time.
Maybe.
Good, you captured it alive.
I sure hope I did. Damn it, 7 gerbils. Damn it. What were the gerbils doing in the river? Hoping for like a crab. Or a salamander. Wait, don't I beat the shit out of one of these kids in a second? Oh no, don't. Is this the sneaking yeeking? Oh no, it's not. Okay. Oh my god.
What you thinking, boss?
I'm thinking that he's tougher than he looks. A little training, he'll make himself useful.
Never like kids.
Yeah, we'll make child soldiers.
Especially ones with guns.
Shoot him. Shoot Kaz. Save the franchise.
See, kid's a natural.
No. He's no natural. Far from it.
He just got beat by a guy with one arm. Also, how'd those kids get onto the helicopter when I extracted them
Probably
through a
noticed on the
wormhole?
way in, we've expanded housing. They'll have their own quarters, separate from ours. Won't be counted as staff.
Good.
So what, we're running a daycare now?
They'll learn how to read and write. Do basic jobs.
a chance at a real life. Just not from behind a gun.
Being behind a gun's what we do, boss. There's no room for angels in our heaven.
Alright, now let me smoke my ciggy. My electronic vapor cigarette. That also magically makes time fly by. It's the 80s. We don't question what's in your cigarettes. CJ, they made it. CJ, they did it's for you. I'll just take that for safekeeping. CJ, look, it's for you.
Roger.
What? Weeb shit. I think there's more weeb shit over here. I lied.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Oh wait, you can oh yeah, here we go. Change poster. Yeah. Change it again. There's that one. Yeah. It's yeah, Japan. How do I get out of the box? Here we go. We've got anime posters and magazines all throughout all the Metal Gear games.
Gaining altitude.
Staff assigned.
Yeah. Okay, so I do have to do that mission again. Because I guess I goofed it.
Please select a
This game was
mission.
made for weebs. It's made by weebs.
Unit dispatched. Please select a mission.
Franchise is made by weebs for weebs. Okay, anyway.
Mission not accepted. Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
I need all the sniper guys and the other things. I'm gonna do it during daytime so that I can see what the fuck's going on. Okay. They're behind. Okay, wait, the 5 snipers. Okay. Oh, these 5 snipers are fucking everywhere. Hold on. Open image in new tab. Let me just hit that so that'll get the cutscene going. Okay.
There's 6 targets. Our contract is to kill them all. And the client is the general they served under. He wants them dead to keep them from talking. Check a VI on your iDroid for more information.
Okay. Real. I'm a snowman. Well, at least you're not a gummy bear.
The map has been updated.
What the? Okay. So gotta go get the... Alright, I'll go this way. Alright, gotta get the guy in the white shirt. Oh, no, wait, I need the vehicles. 3 armored vehicles. These vehicles patrol the outside of the mine. Before you reach the mine, be sure to extract them as they patrol the road. You can use mine... Okay, so imagine they're up here then. Okay. Oh. Well, there was one that was up here. Right? Yeah, pretty much.
That's an enemy gunship.
Sure is.
A single burst from his machine gun could cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay, so last time it was right here. I guess it's because it's not nighttime right now, and so it's not here. But, fucking, oh well.
That's from Heavy Plantation.
Detected.
Oh, wait, I think...
Soldiers in that base.
I seem to remember there being a mission that involved this area where the armored vehicle was inside the compound. Yeah, look, right here. Here it is. Man, my memory from 5 years ago is great. Don't run me. It ran me over. What do I do now? It fucking ran me over and undid my camouflage.
The 6 targets were at the Heavy
Damn it.
Plantation and Kungenga mine. Locate them and then eliminate them.
What the hell?
Your destination.
So you've spotted the target.
Yeah. Alright, 1.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Who the hell knows where the other ones are?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Can I... Can I get...
Please select a drop supplies requested.
a vehicle? That would be great. That would make this go by way faster. I can patrol the roads. Stan, don't walk over there. You're gonna get crushed by a flying jeep. Ugh. Fucking flashbang. Okay, let's not go where the enemies are, though. Of course. That's a rock. That's a tree. Hold on. Okay, take a K turn. Fucking Stop with that. I want this. Okay, I'm looking for anti-air weapons. I'd kind of like to get the helicopter dealt with, but... Patrolling, So armored vehicles are patrolling. There's one. Get out. Get the binoculars and mark it. It might be coming this way.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
It's coming this way. I lied. It's not. Mind your business. Stand, move. I'm gonna be shot. All right, that's number 2.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Don't know where the 3rd is quite yet, but I imagine it is also along this road.
The map has
Route.
been updated. Extraction arrived at mother base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Okay, so there's some snipers in this area that I need to extract. Whoops. Hey, wait, let me try that again. I don't know where the last guy was. Wait, oh, here he is. Bam.
Host captured. The map has been updated.
Some of these guys might be snipers,
You gotta extract him.
according to the map, at least. Right? Let's see. Oh no, they're down the road a little bit more.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at mother base.
Ouch. Nobody? Yeah, there we go. You're a sniper. You're definitely a sniper. But also, where's that last vehicle? Could be around here somewhere.
Distract him.
Over there. Oh. Come on, auto aim. Work with me, not against me.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Seems unlikely that the last armored vehicle would be on the edge of the map. Right? Yeah. Huh. Anyway, that's 3 out of 5 snipers. Holy shit, I dropped 1200 frames. When did that happen? Primacy mode. Good emote. Good emote. Whoops. So where'd my car go? Oh, fuck. Alright.
Extraction arrived at mother base.
Get back in the car. Found an enemy? Where? Oh. Get back in the car. Find the last, armored vehicle. Try and drive along the road. Oh. Yeah, I've also got my Sith Crimus emote too. Alright, D-Dog found a wild animal, not necessarily an armored vehicle. Flashbang. Sorry. Found an enemy. I'm gonna go down this road. Enemy, enemy. These are all enemies. Oh, there's some orange glowy things over here.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Enemy presence, alright.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
No tank though.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Watch this.
Guard post captured.
You gotta extract him.
Sure am.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. You gotta extract
Well,
him.
what the hell?
Clouds approaching.
Once again, I don't think that it would put the armored vehicle near the edge of the mission area.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Right? Surely. Well, ain't that some bullshit? Dog found enemy. It should be one of the last snipers. Whoops, wrong button.
Caution, rain approaching.
Yeah.
Hands up. Talk. Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
All right.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
There should be another sniper around this area.
Marker placed.
Another one around this area.
Marker placed.
Nope.
That should enable you to sneak past
For
enemies.
some reason, he's not where he should be. Alright, so there's this 5 snipers.
You gotta extract him.
Interesting that he's not where he should be on the map. Anyway, now for the fucking... That's a tree. Armored vehicle. Wherever the fuck that is. Holy shit. You told me the rain makes it that slippy. You put that tree there. Jesus Christ. I can drive. I'll have you know I have my license.
Extraction arrived at another base.
Hold on, just one moment.
Enemy presence detected.
Because my cat wants to go
Map
outside.
has been updated.
Okay, I've let her outside. Oh, the guy right there. I don't even think I need to extract these guys. I just need to get by. And find the vehicle. Oh my god, my cat just sneezed. My other cat, I should say.
The eye on your iDroid will show you where they are.
You have arrived at your destination.
What the fuck is in this area? Nothing, a dead end. Okay, so all this is saying is found enemy, but it's not saying found vehicle, which is what I needed to say. Whoa, look at these crates.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Every
Extraction arrived at another base.
Okay, so I've already been along this road. The only ones I haven't been around are those ones, but that's where I started out, and it's not over there. It's going alright. I'm getting mission tasks done slowly, but I guess surely.
Approaching.
now I'm looking for a third armored vehicle. And this this guide says that it should be outside the mine. But that's about it. Peace Walker? I've platinum Peace Walker. Do you still have trophies and missions that you need to get done? Oh boy, I don't think I'm gonna see any movement. I lied, I see movement.
Analysis complete.
Side ops, yeah. Oh shit, camo. Oh, phew. Just in time. Okay. Okay, I really need to get this mission. I need to get this last armored vehicle, wherever the fuck it is. And then, let me see. Yeah, my PlayStation 3 controllers are plugged in, so they should be charged. So I can swap to that after this mission. And I can help you grind.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Where the hell is this last armored vehicle? I'm looking along the road. Don't see it. I'm gonna walk out of the mission area.
The targets are at the Kumgenga mine. Our contract is to kill them.
I hear it. It's over here.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Cool. Alright. There's that. Alright, now to finish the mission.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Yeah. I don't know. This game, I think this one is definitely taking me longer. I mean, if I go home, I've spent 603 hours playing this game, which is quite a lot. I mean, granted, that's over 8 years, but still, I mean, this game is 99% just running. $300? No, 600. $603 hours. And then on PC, I have... Gee, what the fuck? Go back to the game. Hello? How does PlayStation work? All right. On PC, I've got like... like another 500. On Steam.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh.
presence detected.
Enemy
Map has
presence
been
detected.
updated.
Where's the this way? Early Crimis? Wait, what's early Crimis?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
That's a mine. It was red. I was walking right towards it.
You have arrived at your destination.
I'm confused. Follow me up. I am too dank.
Enemy
Excuse me, sir.
detected. The map has been updated.
Let me in. We already watched this.
Mission
You'll have to
order
lead the
has been
kids to the
updated.
RV.
Map has been
Can they all
updated.
walk?
Mission order has been updated.
Alright, target extract doesn't look like he
Wait, the diamonds respawn? Wait, I can do this mission over and over and over and over and get diamonds. Wait, easy money.
target extracted. Is that everyone?
Yeah, it's probably everybody.
Wait. Now you just need to safeguard the target. Get on the chopper.
Support helicopter requested.
My thing is about to run out. Yeah, guys, don't move. Run. Oh, like, you're telling me I can't get over this fence? You're telling me. Oh shit, wait, they're fighting my helicopter. Wait. No, don't do that. Hey, wait, give me that diamond then. What the hell? Oh, wait, did we win? Oh yeah, we won. My helicopter won. You're not telling me the helicopter's gonna land on me, is it? Okay. Alright, hold on. Pequod, wait up. Pequod. Wait.
No targets remaining. Ending attack run and we'll stand. This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Okay. So much ammo.
Departing.
Alright, so that's all the mission tasks for that mission.
Alright, mission complete, boss. Maybe you'll actually break a sweat next time, huh?
Haha, maybe.
captured it alive.
A raven, 6 durables.
It's an African civet. In Indonesia, coffee beans harvested from civet dung go for a high price. I've
Whoa.
never heard of people doing that in Africa, but wouldn't mind giving it a try.
Say that again. Every time I read the word foliage, I think of like super modded Minecraft, which is like all those foliage mods. Okay, hold on. Helicopter.
Roger.
Get back here. Get back here. Get me in the fucking helicopter command unit, and then oh, this is my favorite thing to do. Is to crip walk. Alright, get me back in the air, and then... Alright, let me turn on the PlayStation 3. Okay, let me do... trophies... Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Peace Walker is... Yes, I did. Yeah, I finished it. Okay, so by me opening Peace Walker, it's not gonna randomly make it go back on my trophy list for whatever reason. Okay. Ooh, drop my controller. Okay. Title menu. Yes. Okay, it's saved. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Let me swap it over to Peace Walker. Okay. Let me see. I'm swapping it over to the PlayStation 3. I gotta fuss with wires. Oh, there we go. Oh, but the controller's... Okay. I did watch the trailer. I didn't enjoy the trailer. I don't think I'm gonna watch the movie. 74. Yeah, there's a lot of There's a lot of ifs about what Sony's doing with the multiverse shit. I don't have faith in Sony. I think that Sony can do animated Spider-Man movies. I don't think they can do anything Spider-Man related in live action. Yeah. Spider-Verse 3. Well, so here's the thing. I don't know if you saw, but on my PlayStation 5 home screen, I've got, you know, the Spider-Man game and then Spider-Man Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2. I haven't beaten Miles Morales yet. And I've been playing it off stream. Oh my god, I forgot how laggy the PlayStation 3 is. Input delay is. Hold on, let me try. Let me do that. That's a little better. Okay, so what am I doing? I'm doing mission selector. Alright. From startup to side ops, and then I can join them. Wait on stream? Okay. Listen. Go. I can't. I can't. I mean, I can, but I'd be playing it on not my PlayStation account. I'd be playing it on my guest account. I can't. How do I search? Co-op search right here. I can. So, wait, hold on. Let me explain this in a proper way. All right. So now we're back here on the PlayStation 5. If I go to my trophies, right? It sorts things by how recently I played the game. All right. So if I load up, you know, Marvel's Spider-Man, it's gonna put Spider-Man at the top of this list. CJ, do you remember me complaining about this many times before? If you remember, let me know so I don't have to keep saying it. It sorts everything by recency. Right, yes. Yeah, my OCD is gonna freak out if I in the it's already freaking out because I've got Jack 3 and Skate 3 in between Metal Gear Solid games, which I'm gonna have to go back after I finish the Metal Gear franchise and then finish these games. Already bad enough Jack 3 isn't gonna be down here next to Jack 1 and 2, and that'll never go back down all the way. So the fact that PlayStation can't fucking let me sort things alphabetically pisses me off. It's so obnoxious. I hate it. Over here on the PlayStation 3, you can fucking organize things. Right? This is the PlayStation 3 input, right? Oh, fuck. I guess it's not. Oh, it's input 4 on the thing. How many frames did I just drop? Yeah, sure they will. I don't know if the PlayStation 3 stresses me out. I don't know if it's gonna fucking leak my shit or not. My email. Yeah, no. So anyway, here on the PlayStation, you can sort it by title name or, you know, up when it was last updated. So here you can sort it alphabetically, right? And even then, it doesn't actually, it doesn't work that great. Because it goes Jack and Daxter. So it goes Jack 3, then Jack 1, then Jack 2. Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, 4, then Peace Walker, even though, like, you know, it's goofy. Also, this is only showing my PlayStation 3 games. That's interesting. Of which game? I've heard of that. I've heard of it. I don't remember anything of what anybody told me about. Ugh. Oh. This isn't connected to the internet. Oh, hold on. Wait. I've got to... Oh, I've got to do a whole lot of bullshit right now. Well, since I swapped bedrooms, right? And, yeah. I'll explain it at a later date. But I have to plug an Ethernet cable into the PlayStation. Which is easy, I'm just annoyed. Does that work? An unknown USB device. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do Ethernet to USB adapter to do it fucking real way. Bumped into my table. Alright, let me see if let me get the Ethernet going. Network, signed in, great, excellent. Trophy collection. Yeah, I was like, why wasn't it showing all the other games in my library? I'm like, that's strange. That's strange behavior. Okay, so anyway, PlayStation 3 is now connected to the internet. Yeah, that works. Yes, Zeke bat. Oh, there goes the soda bottle making a pop sound. Zeke battle, Zeke battle, Zeke battle. Right, Zeke battle. I remember what that entails.
Combat.
Absolutely, I do. Not the railgun, please. I forget, are we allowed to, like, just go fucking hog wild on damage on this one? Or is this one, a go easy mode on it? I forget. I forgot. By the way, Overwatch, Play Overwatch and Overwatch Contenders are doing drops at the moment. In case CJ, in case you care about Overwatch drops.
Combat.
Okay, egg. You live an okay egg. Okay, egg. Yeah, I forget how to do this one. I'm pretty sure it's blow up Zeke and then go sleepy mode. I think. I could very well be wrong. Yeah. I went as Snake anyway, just to be safe.
Commencing throttle simulation.
Connection unstable. I've got Ethernet. I don't know what to do. I'm hardwired in. Connection unstable. I'm fully anticipating to be ejected out. Yep. Well, all right. Did my fucking controller die? I think it's this controller. Let's see. Controller settings, turn this to controller 1. Okay, network settings. Oh no, network setting. This is actually on Ethernet, right? Yeah, wired. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ethernet's good, especially since we're in different continents. That's good. Rex strikes back. Mosin. All this other shit is useless. Zeke. I wanted to, at like one point I wanted to get all of the AI for Zeke. Like not have any of these be empty slots. But that is like quite a fucking task. To make the perfect Zeke. I mean, there's no reason to. The only thing you use Zeke for is for the outer ops. And once you do all the outer ops, you don't need to do any of them ever again. Yeah, let me just send Zeke on a mission against these two lone soldiers. Two lone infantry versus the fucking Metal Gear. Oh shit, that was quick. Yeah, surely two rocket launchers and then a stun one will be fine. Surely.
Commencing throttle simulation.
Custom general purpose all walking Metal Gear. Oh, I got a Twitch drop. Thank you, Play Overwatch. And Overwatch contenders. Alright, buddy up. Monk. Wait, how do you aim? Okay. Shit balls. Is this the first battle or like the second iteration battle? Buddy up. Oh.
Transport catapult ready to launch.
Transport catapult. What?
Strike request acknowledged. We'll need you to tag the target directly. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against a wall.
Oh shit, what is that? Oh, I'm near an edge.
By pressing up against a wall. Then use the L1 button to locate the
I
enemy's
missed.
position and press the attack button to tag him. Do you have a target or not? We're aborting the strike now.
I take it that you know how to do that? I sure don't.
Strike request acknowledged. Need you to tag the target directly. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against the wall. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against the wall. Then use the L1 button to locate the enemy's position and press the attack button to tag him.
It's a railgun mode. Get out of there.
We're aborting the strike for now.
What do you mean? I tagged it. I tagged it right then and there. You can see it. Giant red thing up above its head. Ouch.
Strike request acknowledged. We'll need you to tag the target directly. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against a wall. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against the wall. Then use target confirmed.
Where'd you go?
Commence the tag.
I can't figure it out.
Anti-ship missile ready to fire. Launch on target. Fire!
Yeah, there we go. Oh. He's skateboarding. What? I was nowhere near. I'll have you know.
Rocket launcher's reloaded. Let him have it.
Yeep. Oh, battle simulation. Okay. So that wasn't the one with pause then. Yeah, easy S rank. Easy. I think I... Wait, did I do? Wait, CJ, I just rediscovered that I have this emote. Crazy. You know, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Rat. Target mission. Score attack. I don't know what this entails. I forget everything.
Stealth. Survival.
Monka. Somewhere there's an assault rifle with a scope, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably fine. Score attack. Reminds me of the Sigma voice line of, Can you hear that music? Can't go get above A. Which one is this? Is this at the... Oh.
Get as many targets as you can before time runs out.
I wonder how this works. If there's two of us doing this.
Commence target practice.
Oh, am I missing? I can't tell. I've got the FAL, which makes things super easy. Oh, I know, I definitely missed that one. Shit. Alright, I definitely missed that one too. Maybe I should do center mass. Fuck, that one I missed. That shouldn't have missed. That red dot was right on there. I think for the... What? Dude, that's a scam. For the moving ones, you should just do center mass. It's a proper scam and a half, dude. $25,000 points? Yeah, that's S. Yerp. Retry? No, that was S rank. Wait, did you get a different rank? Yeah. I was gonna say, wait. if the rank is independent of player, then I don't know. I wouldn't know how to fix that one. Okay. Cutscenes. A new encounter? Wait, what? Hungry. Search. I'm gonna eat a cosmic brownie. Okay, full-time recovery. Oh, these are ease.
Survival.
Useful to retrieve all the enemy soldiers. Blah, 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 blah. Time limit 6. Oh, wait, is this... mission... There was... I think there was one mission that I, like, speedran, right? I forget which side op it was, but I could get it done in, like, under a minute. Oh, it was finding Chico. And this brownie is very good. Very nice.
Captain. You need to use Fulton recovery on all the soldiers. Be careful not to kill anybody.
Yeah, don't kill anyone. Where are they at? Wait, why don't I just use the fucking the bazooka?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Mission exit's like right over here.
Head for the mission complete.
Yeah. For the Fulton ones, I think we could just use the bazooka that auto Fultons them. Easy S rank. World record. Ah man, the neighbor with the super loud car drove by. Damn. What a bozo. What an absolute buffoon. Did you know that popular pop artist MXM Toon plays Overwatch 2 on PC? The more you know. And she streams. It's crazy. Fultons? Okay. Let me. Speedrun. Rescue the Fulton prisoner of war being held beyond the suspension bridge in... Okay. So it's only one target. Okay. So this isn't even necessarily needed, but... Still useful. Wait, I forget. Does this game have stealth camouflage? Let me look that up. Metal Solid. Peace Walker. Stealth camo.
Captain.
Your current objective is to retrieve the prisoners.
We both miss. I forget, can I knock into you? Yep. You just screech of terror. Speedrun. This is always where I get tripped up, because sometimes there's more guys, sometimes there isn't. Yeah, you got him. Help. Help. Help.
Captain.
Flopped in.
What's going on?
What's going on? I missed. I got him. No, you're not.
Alert status.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
Are they gonna see you? I'll leave that to you. Yeah, I don't know what just happened.
Watch it. There might be bombs planted next to those prisoners. Head for the recovery.
Did someone die?
Do it. Piece of cake, right?
If anybody died, then... Oh. My cat is sneezing. Very sad. Oh, wait. Skip. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. I'm reading something. Oh, my cat is having a proper sneezing fit. Hold on. I'm just gonna... Okay. Search. Is that the cat? Yeah, that's the cat sneezing. Boy, he's having a rough time over there. He's all right. Starting the mission, please wait. Please wait, I'm doing something. Wait.
Your current objective is to retrieve the researchers.
What? Who'd you shoot? That's so good. Alright, is this the one where there's a sniper up above? How do I... Night vision goggles. Yeah, I always forget which way it is. It's probably that way. Oh, there's a What's it called? Blueprint over there if you wanted it. Oh boy, he's sneezing. Sometimes there's a guy up here on this bridge, sometimes there isn't. Some missions, it's very strange. This one gets everybody though. There's fucking guys everywhere. Got right. It's up
You're
the
done with that
fucking.
area. Head for the goal.
Always up. In this obnoxious area. Don't go that way.
I think I see someone.
No, you don't. And then speed run.
Mission complete. Great job.
Speed run strat. Why? Let's take a look. No kills, no alert phases. Did we just take too long? Oh, I bet you we had to be 7 seconds faster. Run it back. Run it back. Speed run time. Search. What? Connection error. Yep. Speed run. Nothing but speed. And speed kills.
Your current objective is to retrieve the researchers.
Munchie? Who's that? Who? Who? Oh, the guy from Mortal Kombat 10? I think, maybe. Only modern games weren't so shit. They'd be worth playing. Speaking of modern games, Fortnite, by the way, they put Solid Snake in the battle pack in the game, but he doesn't actually enter the game until fucking 51 days from now. And even then, they got his fucking character model looking weird. That's ballsy. Yeah, so they nerfed... First of all, they nerfed Solid Snake's ass. First and foremost. Second, they gave his default skin with a beard. Solid Snake doesn't have a beard. Naked Snake does. Big Boss does. There's gonna be a guy on your right, just so you know. Go get the guy. I'm gonna get this guy.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Yeah, they give him a beard. He doesn't have a beard in Metal Gear Solid 1. So that's wrong.
Mission complete. Great job.
He doesn't even have a beard in Metal Gear Solid 2. Or 4. Yeah, that was a full minute faster. Anyway, Epic Games, you fucked up the character. You fucked up the character model. What the fuck? The fuck is wrong with you? How could you? But I set an event on my calendar for January 23rd, which is when Snake will actually become available in Fortnite. And so on that day is when I'll actually play the game. And fucking you know. I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you saying? Bad testing. Bad. Okay, 11 targets. I'm not watching the trailer. I'm not playing Mortal Kombat. I don't play Mortal Kombat. Yeah, 11 targets. Also, for some whatever reason, I guess I dropped frames on stream a long time ago. So just do the little refresh on you know, the video player, and it should fix the lag, the delay. I don't know when I dropped frames, but it was a while ago. Probably towards the start of stream. Fuck it, just watch it. I'll watch it on my phone. One hour ago, Mortal Kombat. No way, Warner Brothers? No way. Good. Okay, yeah, so 11 targets. This. No way. Oh shit. Are you lagging out? What's going on? What? Go down, bud. Yeah, so with all these side ups,
Lay off the Fulton recoveries until there's more
oh,
room.
cause you poor soul. Oh, I missed.
Mother base is practically overflowing. Until
I'm gonna get that
somebody
fucking message constantly. Mother base is overflowing. You know who this guy looks like? Quan Chi. He looks like the fucking Inquisitor.
Mother base is practically overflowing. Until some of these people leave, further Fulton recoveries. Stop pushing! No more Fulton recoveries for
No more Fulton recoveries. No more. Stop kidnapping people. Stop. Yeah. Hold on. Don't move. Yeah, that's all of them for the area.
no more Fulton recoveries for now.
No more.
Mother base is so packed.
But yes, more. We might have missed a guy, by the way. I'm starting to suspect. No, we didn't. We didn't.
Base is so packed it's standing room Men overboard!
Where are they? He's here!
No. Where's this guy? Here he
Mother
is.
base is already jam-packed. Lay off the Fulton recovery.
Alright, I forget where the exit is for this mission. Over here. Quan Chi looks exactly like how they looked in 10.
Great job.
Connection unstable. Fucking better be stable enough to finish the mission. Uh-oh. Fuck. It was not. Did you get S rank? Fucking lagged out at the last second. Those you both did? Okay, alright, good. As long as you got S rank, that's good. Ooh, a stretch. Oh, I cracked my back. Oh, dude. I don't know if I mentioned it on stream or not, but I got the invite to Blue Sky. Ooh, you hear the crack on my back? Oh my god. It was like popcorn. Nice. Yeah, Blue Sky. It is only people complaining about Elon Musk. I mean, rightfully so. But that is all there is on here. It's that and people celebrating when racist politicians die. And then there's like a lot of people just like talking about poetry and things. And philosophy. Oh, here we go. There's someone talking about how they nerfed Snake's ass in Fortnite, though. So, you know, not all is lost. Yeah, Smash Brawl, Smash Ultimate, it was nerfed. In Fortnite, it was nerfed. Unable to find host. Unable. There's a lot of photos of dogs on here. Oh, cats. Birds. Ratty. Get no more space in your PlayStation. Put another SSD in there. Speaking of not having space, I have no space on my computer. I have 704 megabytes on my PC at the moment. Ooh, that's rough. I have 704 megabytes open out of 1 terabyte. Had to fire a bunch of crew? I should probably do that. It's gonna make me do that too, I bet. I have another SSD over here ready. And realistically, what's taking up all my space is all my Twitch VODs. Because they're still in my downloads folder and not on my external drive. So, okay, so this is neutralize all enemy mercenaries. There's 10 of them. Non-lethal. Okay, yeah. Non-lethal. I'm putting them to sleep. Yeah, that's fine. I have another internal SSD that I can put in. Another 1 terabyte. But I have been too busy to open up my computer and turn it off for the first time in probably 10 months. And you know, put it in. But I do actually need a new external hard drive because I keep all my games on this hard drive as well as all my Twitch VODs. So it's 4.5 terabytes and it only has like a few hundred gigabytes open at the moment. Yeah, 234 gigabytes free. And that's about to be occupied as soon as I put all the ones that are in my downloads folder over onto it. So I need more. I want like a RAID setup where it's like a whole bunch of hard drives all like connected like a server. I want that. That's expensive. Boys, use your Twitch Prime. Boys. Who's Ludwig? Okay, what is this? We have to neutralize him?
Security detail. All of them.
Oh, Jesus. Do more of these guys spawn in? Is that what happens? Right? Yeah, no. We go to the next area. Who? Who's Ludwig?
Mother base is already jam-packed. Lay off the Fulton recoveries until there's more room.
No.
Mother base is practically overflowing. Until some of these people leave, further Fulton recoveries will engage. Stop pushing!
Alright, where's the extract area?
More Fulton recoveries for now. Mother base is so packed it's standing. No more
Quick!
Fulton recoveries
Get over
for
here!
now. Mother base is so packed it's standing.
Quick! Are you over here? Where are you? Quick! Quick! What? Where'd you go? Let's go. Who's Ludwig? I love saying that. It's so funny. No, Chrome. I already got everybody. No. Come over here. No. No. Damn it.
I knew you could do it. Piece of
There's a healthy chance we'll redo that. Battery? Oh, yeah. Rip. Yeah, that's all right. I gotta fire people. Well, if they're rank B, they can B or C, they can be fired. Oh mega lol. That's fine. I don't even know.
Fired.
However many I discharged, great. I don't I don't need staff anyway. Ooh, you know what I can do? I can finish this pie. What flavor? Pie flavor. The best flavor. Excellent. Cool, perfect. Damn it. I'm dropping my pie back onto my plate. Damn it. Connection problem. Damn it. Who did this? Tell me, who did this? Oh, Brett is back. This pie is so good. Pumpkin pie. Because I made pie yesterday.
Neutralize that security detail. All of them.
I know you're not killing, right? Surely. Don't kill him. If you're killing him, that we get not S rank. Oh shit, there's guys over there? I didn't even know. Holy. Alright, and there's a guy. Right there. Yep. Holy frame rate, Batman. Alright, these guys will disappear in like a few seconds.
Head for the recovery.
Textbook.
I knew you could do it. Piece of cake,
Textbook.
right?
Perfect. Nice. Hmm. Oh. I see. Hmm. These go by so much faster with two people. Dude, I am inhaling all the crumbs of this pie. It is so good. All gone. Wait, is this the same one? What number did we do last time? Boy, it sure is connecting. I was gonna say. It's taking a long time. Ooh, hiccups. There it is. Alright, this one has 15 targets instead of 11. Yeah, probably. I'm actually gonna do that same strategy you just did. Dude, if only there was an assault rifle that was stun. Like in 5 Phantom Pain. If only. Oh well. Yeah, the shotgun's like way faster. Faster up close, at least, but... What is today? Sunday. Yeah, they do go flying.
Neutralize all enemy attackers.
What? What the fuck was that? That reaches? That's crazy. Are they only coming from that way? Oh, okay. Is there more? Oh, there's one more. That's funny. That's crazy range. All right, where's the final spot? Right up here? Over here.
Okay. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
That sounds like S rank to me. Easy clap. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, I'm looking at Twitter, and somebody threw their May ultimate in Overwatch off of into the void during a tournament by complete mistake. That is rough. It is unlucky. Classified documents. Ooh, there's 5 of them. Ooh, ooh. Right. Because I totally remember what this mission entails. Absolutely. Yeah. Hmm. All right, remember, don't get spotted. Yep. Should have to reset. Oh, I thought I shot you. Alright, yeah, I don't remember where the documents are, but we can run around. Alright, okay. What the fuck? That's a good amount of lag. Yeah, it's somewhere stupid and goofy. I've already checked over there. Oh, right here. Run! His dad is over there.
You did it. Keep it up.
Keep it up. Pump up the jam. Pump it up. That's an S rank. Easy. Skip. Whoops. Do you only have co-op missions or side ops left? For your platinum trophy? Yeah. Alright. Hold on, let me... Trophy guide. And ops. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just quickly double checking the trophy requirements, and it does say that it can happen co-op or solo. So I couldn't remember if it was co-op or solo, or if it was just solo. Okay, document retrieval, 5 of them, easy. Because these are the tapes. Oh, the tapes are rough. Remember, you have to get all the tapes of like Doctor Strangelove and Paz and like that. You have to like beat and like complete all the bosses on all the hard modes and everything, and it's rough. I mean, not necessarily rough, but like annoying. Obnoxious. Goofy.
Captain.
Okay. Yeah, for these things, splitting up is like way faster.
Somebody there?
The fuck was that sound? Oh yeah, these things are a pain in the ass to find, by the way. Like if you don't know where they are. Really? There isn't one back here? Wow. Okay. That means the rest are on roofs somewhere.
Wait.
Wait. Oh shit.
The enemy's here!
Really? You saw me? That's alright. Let's find where the last piece is, though. It's right. Well, here's one. And then the last one's in here? Nope. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's up there. Okay, you can reset. We know where they all are now. Yep.
Okay.
And then the finish line's back there. Yep.
Head for the
Yep,
goal.
yep. Well, we got spotted though, so okay.
I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
We'll do it again. Fuck, I'm in the mood for pizza. Wait. You know what I've always wanted to do? I've always wanted to do one of those like eating challenge things where you like go to a restaurant and they just put this giant plate of food in front of you and you've got 30 minutes. And if you do it, you get something. Like either the meal is free or like you get a free shirt. I'd be so fucking good at that. Holy shit. That'd be so easy. Like a 24-inch pizza or something. Yeah, beef bowl challenge. Yeah. I could do that. Can I join? It's already full. What? Somebody else join you? Was I too slow? That's funny. It's almost midnight. Yeah. That's alright. Okay, if somebody joined you... Oh, never mind. There we go. I was saying, if someone join, quick, I'll go make a pizza. What's really good, and especially if you live alone, if you live alone like me, you just get either like bagels or like English muffins, and then you get pizza sauce and then cheese and pepperoni, and then you just make your own little tiny mini pizzas, and you just put them in the fucking air fryer, and bam, you've got mini pizzas. It's super easy and less hassle. If you order in the next 10 minutes, you'll get a second air fryer for free. But don't wait, call now.
Captain.
Let's do a boss. Alright.
Cop out.
Alright, oh shoot.
The enemy's
Are you
here!
shitballing me? Alright, hey, reset us. Reset us. That guy shouldn't have seen me, but he did. Reset us. That's some bullshit. That's some horse fucking bullshit.
The enemy! Set back up!
He should not have seen me. I'm really mad. That's it. I'm turning my monitor on.
Cop out. Captain.
Alright, get ready at the end zone.
Cop out.
Hey.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal.
Head for the goal. Goal achieved.
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Nice. Dope. Awesome. Wicked. Okay. So there's a third person online. Is it Brett? Or is it Amigo? I wish there was a way to tell how many players were like online and like searching. When was this? Oh, many months ago. Okay, so it's Brett. All right. Who was joining? Or are we joining them? Are we supposed to join them? I'll join you. Because I presume that we've got to do your tank battle anyway.
Combat.
Danny. Oh, Danny. Okay, so Danny wasn't on that list, so I'm assuming Danny will join in a moment. I remember Danny. I remember the Alamo. Don't forget the Alamo. Or something. Something or other. Danny. Danny, where are you? Really mad. Invite? Dope. Wicked. Ooh, new Lego Star Wars set has leaked. Cool. It looks good. It looks decent. Oh, true. Yeah, there was 2 other people currently hosting boss fights. If they happen to be boss fights that you also have to do, we could join them, but they might be doing story mode ones instead. Combat. No thoughts. Only frog scream. No thoughts. Screaming into the void. Let's see. Tank battle 72 4 skull. Yeah, we can duo this one. I remember it's like mission 93 or like 70 or something like that, where it took me ages. It took me ages and a half to do it. It was rough. Alright, bandana, food, smoke grenades aren't that important. Supply mark. I could technically do... Okay, we're starting. That's alright. I have all I need. I have everything I need. Win. Peace Walker spin. Oh yeah. That's a tank, all right. Who put that mound of dirt there? LMAO, who did this? Okay.
Don't worry about the tank. Just focus on the troops.
Yep. Now, honestly, I forget. How many troops is there? There's 28. Alright, I have the Infinity Bandana and this thing, so I can make this go by really quick. Yeah, that's fine. Because I've got the... Well, don't kill him. But I've got the Fulton bazooka. To make this go by super quick. Hold on, I didn't get those guys. Hey. What? Why is that not working? I think because I'm missing. Yeah, there we go. There, I got two of them. Oh yeah, that's right. This building is super safe. Yeah, you blow up the tank. I'll get the people. I mean, yeah, I have snacks if you need them. You need snacks? Come over here, I've got snacks.
Other base is already jam-packed. Lay off the Fulton recoveries until there's more room.
Hold on, this guy's gonna get you. This is silly.
Bolton recoveries for now. Mother Base is still tagged as standing remote.
Yeah, come here. Come over into the building. I've got snacks for you.
Base is already jam-packed. Lay off the Bolton recoveries until there's more room.
Drop.
Mother Base is practically overflowing.
Hey, come over here. Eat this food. Oh, hi there. There's only 8 enemies left.
No more Bolton recoveries for now.
Connection unstable. Uh-oh.
Standing remote.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, this guy isn't Fultoning. Excuse me. Oh, you can hit me? Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks, PlayStation 3 Online. Very cool. Oh, this one's doing crazy. Oh yeah, isn't it? Wait. It's bedge time over there, isn't it? Yeah, I've got food that I can drop for you. And then placeable weapons, Bolton, mine. Just in case. I don't know. I think the guns blazing strat is way faster. When there's only like 28 enemies. I think it's mission 70, or it's whichever ones are the ones where it's the red skulls. It's like 5 skulls and it's red. Those ones have like upwards of like 40 to 50 enemies that you have to Fulton before the tank driver comes out. Ridiculous. I think when I did those ones, it took me like several hours. It was awful. Truly. I don't think it'll matter, but at least save some frames. Do it again for old times. No, but for real. Do you have the infinity bandana?
Don't worry about the tank. Just focus on the troops.
Shit's way faster. Yeah, you can get several soldiers at a time. Are you kidding me? That missed. That is, in fact, redonkulous. Yeah, get to the warehouse. This is like the invulnerability building. All right, 18 more. Uh, 16. $14.
Other bases already
13.
jam-packed. Lay off the Fulton recoveries until
Cause,
there's more room.
calm down.
Other bases practically overflowing. These people leave further Fulton recoveries. Okay, stop pushing.
Alright.
No more Fulton recoveries for now. Other bases still packed and standing room
Cause, stop complaining. Chrome, get out of there. Get in the building. Get in the warehouse.
recoveries until there's more room.
Get to the warehouse. Run.
Other bases practically overflowing. Until some of these people leave further Fulton recoveries. Okay, stop pushing.
Ouch.
No more Fulton recoveries for now. Other bases still packed and standing room overboard.
Man, overboard. Like 5 guys left.
Other bases already jam-packed. Lay off the Fulton recoveries until there's more room. Other bases practically overflowing. Until some of these people leave further Fulton recoveries. Okay, stop pushing.
How are these guys not being extracted by me?
Fulton recoveries for now. Other bases still packed and standing room.
Alright, this should be the last guy. Go.
Other bases already jam-packed. Lay off the Fulton recoveries until there's more room.
Alright, there's no more soldiers, so just wait for the driver to come out. Hi, CJ. Oh, he might not come out yet. I think you gotta damage him a little bit. I forget. You're tanking like crazy. Alright. Now we can shoot this guy.
Can you take him down?
Haha, you can't hit me. Ouch. He hit me. Don't fire. That would be cringe.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
He's out cold. Thank God I'm live. Hi, Evie. I'm always live. What the fuck are you talking about? When am I not? A rank. Yeah, it's A rank. We took too long. No, we killed who died? I didn't kill anybody. I gotta kick out 14 people. Any B ranks? Who was it? Who died? Who dead? I don't know. Someone died. B. Wait, can I sort? I can sort. C. B. Who was rank? Who's rank D? Oi. What the hell? Fire everybody. Yeah, no murder. Murder bad. Alright, 61 people. Oh my god, there's so many people that I get to fire.
You're fired.
You're fired. Imagine being D rank. Imagine. Could not be me. Couldn't. Could not. What about their families? They're criminals. Or something. They're bad guys. They don't have families. They're evil. Evie, look at the new cozy emote. It's a follower emote. You should have it. Oh, shit. Wait. Chrome, did you join one of these guys? Who'd you join? Nope. Cozy emote. Cozy. I think I showed you that one. I think I showed you? Probably. Nope, you didn't join? Okay. Should we join one of these guys? We should probably join the Pupa Custom, right? Because that's a five skull. We should join this guy. I'm gonna join Mega Seth. I'm gonna help him out. Here you go, Mega Seth. I'll help. With the pupa battle, so this shit goes by actually super fast. Don't need. Oh, no, wait, we might need the supply mark. What makes Seth so mega? That he is the 13th one, according to the number after his username. Oh, we got someone from Mexico. Right? Yeah, that's the Mexico flag. Well, Chrome, we've got a full roster. And this is a 5-star. But the pupa battle is actually really quick. Because it's the first boss. Being offline made me wiser. Which concert? By the way. Let's go. The short charger. Oh no. Oh. Interesting. Your age to third. Whoa. That's quite a range. That's crazy. But concerts are hype. I've only ever been to 3. I've seen Ninja Sex Party twice. Oh, and then I went to a live show of Game Grumps. Do these guys have sidekick? The sidekick problem. Oh, these guys are bozo. Yeah, I saw Ninja Sex Party twice. Saw Game Grumps live in concert once. And then Cake. I've seen the band Cake. I missed. Don't look at me. Do not perceive me. If these guys have the sidekick ability, then that makes this mission pointless. Oh, dude. That travel time is so slow. $13,000 damage, though. Versus, how much damage is this one? 17,000. Okay, so this one's just flat out better to do. What the fuck is with these guys? Are you bozos? You guys clowning around? And Ninja Sex Party is fantastic. They fucking They know how to do concerts, man. Hey guys, spread out. Don't. Yeah, see, I fucking. What did I just say? What? This guy just barrel rolled into me. Oh, I'm gonna die. This one guy over there has been just soloing. La, 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 la. Shoot it. Take it down. That guy got ran over again. Time for you to die. Die. Question. Why does it sing? Because it is artificial intelligence based off of... I don't know. I don't have an answer. I have no idea. But it's great. And it would make for a great ringtone. And it does kick flips. And they just got destroyed. Yeah, a dog. Yeah, sure, yeah. Dog. Yeah. And metal. And also has nuclear bombs. Oh no, wait, that was a Shagohod. Maybe not necessarily this one, but you know. Hey team, let's not walk towards that. Hey boss. That guy just heal me, by the way? He shot at me. He might be shooting with the easy gun, life recovery. Time for you to die. Explosion. Beat it up. Beat it up. Get it. Also get into buddy mode. Buddy mode. Good to have you. Yeah, this is not S rank by any means. Because these guys have, they've got their chants going on constantly. Shoot the pod. Shoot it. Who wants to do it? Who's gonna get there? Looks like it's me. Looks like I'm the lucky winner. It looks like it wasn't me. Ten players online. Whoa. Whoa. Some shit's gonna get done today. People be grinding. Is Outer Haven live? No. Blow it up. Kill it. Destroy it. Destroy. Build. Destroy. Run away. Oh. Damn, that guy walked into it twice. First. That been done yet? Nope. Now it has. Whoa.
What's the tape doing there?
What? What's the tape doing in there? Hey, let me in the box. Oh, let me get in the let me get in the mode. Ah, you bozos. I wanted to be in the box. You've received a Twitch drop. Thank you, Play Overwatch and Overwatch Contenders. Very cool.
Exercise judgment, partner.
Because we
In the name of Jesus. Standing in the office of the prophet of God, I execute judgment on you, COVID-19. I execute judgment on you, Satan. You destroyer. You killer. You get out. You break your power. You get off this nation.
I demand. That was S rank? That's crazy.
I didn't do fucking shit.
This one's way larger.
Do this. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about any of this. This world's fucking so fucked up. I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug. I'll kill you.
I'll kill you. In a video game. No! Execute judgment. Walk over to her and say, I execute judgment on you, COVID-19. I demand that you leave. In Minecraft. Fuck, I love Minecraft. Dude, there's so many people online. Who visited? Yeah, I can tell you exactly how that's about to go. You already know it. I salute. I'm sending all the luck. Your Pepela. Pepela. I'll hit the refund button. Damn Twitter notification. Supposed to be.
We'll exercise judgment.
Exactly.
because we
Yeah.
In
have
the name
More
of
judgment.
standing in the office.
I love how the little fox next to my PNG tuber is just full mouth open for this.
Execute judgment on you, COVID-19. I execute judgment on you, Satan. You destroyer. You killer. You get out. You break your power. You get off this nation. I demand.
I demand. Zane just got his full-on mouth open. We love Stan. Yeah, he yawning. Oh wait, I forgot the quotes were with Streamlabs, not with Stream Elements. Take attendance. Yeah, see, Stream Elements is now Stan the Fox. They're one in the same. We were playing with actual Stan the Fox earlier in Phantom Pain. Then we swapped over to this though. Peace Walker. Also, Evie, I gave you that Photoshop template thing for like a whole bunch of DIY emotes, I think. That's what I use for like the cozy emote and the rage emote. But I'm terrible at drawing foxes, so I think I'm just gonna do all the emotes of like actually me, like how I did with the cozy one. Also, my cat keeps sneezing over there in the corner. Damn, dude, which mission are you doing? Oh. Also, Evie, look at the new badge that I've got. It's the gold pixel heart badge. You're just missing a nose? Well, listen, I did my best. How would I? You're on mobile? Oh, well, then it should be the only badge that's there that isn't the broadcaster or my sub badge. Yeah. I tried. Sip crimis. How do I? Oh wait. No. Sip. See, the one that July drew, I don't think Stan has a nose. I mean, sort of. It's not like 3D or anything, but I don't know. I've got to get those emotes redone. I've got to get them redone. I need new ones. I gotta replace them. Why? But you know why. I've just been lazy and I haven't gotten around to it. Ah, Amigo Akira's on. Dude, Akira will never log off. And I love that. Hey Siri, what time is it in Japan?
19 a.m. in Tokyo,
Dude, it's
Japan.
7 a.m. in Japan and he is up grinding. He's been grinding for fucking years. It's crazy. You know what? I think I checked even too. I don't think this guy has all the platinum trophies. Yet this guy's on every day. I know, I do too. They're amazing. I would commission that artist more, but I am poor. Yeah, I'm broke. Real emote. Yeah, I'm waiting back for several places to get back to me about whether or not I'm hired or not, since I'm just a seasonal worker. See, that's great. At least you can say your gifts were, you know, handmade. My mother, she said all that she wants for Christmas is for me to be alive. And I told her, yeah, I'll see what I can do. Blueberry. Okay. Chrome, I don't know how many missions you have left, but I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Evie, you're in charge. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, quote number 8. Quote number 8 is great. Okay. I looked out my window and it's snowing. We fought a tank and 80 people. Yeah, that's the hardest tank mission. Did you get S rank at least? No. Not unless you have a capture card. Brett to Breb. Yes. Well, if you have a capture card, there should be a screenshot button somewhere. Oh, wait. Was that yes to S rank? Nice. Dope. That means you'll never have to do that fucking mission again. Because that one sucks. I'm cleaning my glasses right now. I've got a smudge. Ow! I just poked my eye. Whoops! No, no, no! Don't connect to. No, I hit the wrong button. Damn it! Oh, 4 to 4. Oh shit! I guess I'm going. I don't want to. Do you have... They immediately started. Poor guys. Do you have a number of how many side ops you have left? Like, are you keeping track anywhere? Oh, by the way, that Wii U that I got on Halloween, or like a few days before, I've modded it. I've modded my Wii U, and I've downloaded a whole ton of games onto it. So if I want, I can stream things like, you know, Super Mario Galaxy 2 and a whole bunch of other Nintendo games. It's pretty good. I can't wait. I could if I wanted to. I've also gotten Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time for the N64, like for original hardware, but I don't want to delete the previous owner's saves, you know? That kind of feels weird. I kind of figured that the previous owner would have deleted them, the saves themselves, but they didn't, and I feel kind of weird about it. What the hell? That's not a friend. That's not a friend at all. What the hell? We're 10. Yeah, what the hell? They're like, you learn as a kid that sharing is caring, like pretty early on, like before you're 10. You learn to play with others well before that. Wii Sports is great. I still have to put all the games, well, not all the games, but I have to still put like a few games to like on the SD card to put it onto the Wii U. So I'm gonna get like Mario Kart and Wii onto there. I'm gonna do Super Mario Sunshine, even though I can just play Sunshine on the Switch just fine. Or yeah, Sunshine on the Switch. The broken controller. The broken controller experience never ends, by the way. So long as you play video games with people in the real world, like couch co-op, there will always be a broken controller. Pause. That's it. You have to change your personality now. You've got to reset. You got to rebrand. Just do the thing in Men in Black where they have that thing that just erases everybody's memory. Oh, holdups? Holdups are great. Holdups are easy. But unless you get spotted, then you have to reset. But
Stealth.
stealth. This is 35. Everything after this you haven't done. Oh. Wait, do you have all of them unlocked though? Because eventually the side ups get to a point where you have to do like you have to do S rank on mission 90 in order to unlock mission 50. 50. Yeah. Yeah, just do the thing from Men in Black where you look into the device and you just forget everything. You just forget your entire life. Yeah, just forget. Some people drink to forget. Some people eat ice cream to forget. Me, I eat, you know, food. That's how I forget. How many targets? 7. Okay.
Survival.
7 targets should be good. Should be easy. Yeah, that too. That works. Oof. I forgot. Oh, Evie, can you see since you're on mobile, can you see that we reached the goal for the charity thing? See goal. Yeah, it's like above chat.
Holding them up. Hold up all enemies. If you're discovered, the mission's over.
Yep. You can't. Okay.
Return to base.
Well, there's a $50 $50 goal for charity. And it was reached. It was achieved.
Get control of all the enemies by holding them up. Hold up all enemies. If you're discovered, the mission's over.
Huge. I don't think it's because your guy is strong. I think it's just because you might be moving loud because you're not in the sneaking suit. See how many enemies there are. Yeah, it's bedtime. It's damn well bedtime for you. If it's was almost midnight for Monochrome earlier, it's definitely bedtime for you. Papayola. Alright, just 4 more guys here. I could turn this way? Nope, sure doesn't. Oh, you're about to be spotted though.
Freeze.
I got him.
We're under
Oh,
attack.
someone else spotted you though.
The mission's a failure. Return to base.
Rip. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Today's Sunday. Tomorrow's Monday. I don't have any obligations on Monday, so I can stream for a very long time. I do, however, have obligations on Tuesday.
Get control of all the enemies by
I'm going to
holding
see
them
my
up.
friend, my
Hold up
mechanic
all
friend.
enemies. If you're discovered,
Because we gotta do the brakes on my car. God damn it! Joke's on you. I love this song, and it's above my PNG tuber. You take over.
control of
Okay.
all the enemies by holding them up. Hold up all enemies. If you're discovered, the mission's over.
I think there was a third guy around here too, right?
Freeze.
Yeah, I mean, you just need a sneaking suit, really, for this.
Freeze.
Oh, sorry. Josh said, I will. I actually will. I was gonna actually do that the other day, but I got lazy. And I also only have 740 megabytes left of room on my computer. So I can't exactly be downloading more things. But yeah, Veg time. GN.
Freeze. Freeze.
We might be missing a guy. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Freeze.
Yeah, that guy didn't see me. Isn't that crazy? He didn't see me, didn't hear me.
Freeze.
Alright, that's everybody.
Head for the recovery zone.
Down the stairs.
You did it.
Crack my knuckles.
Keep it up.
Dope. S rank. Dope. Actually, in the event, am I going for all emblems? Oh, Akira? Might be. But there's no trophy for that. It might just be doing that just for fun. Which is crazy. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work for something that isn't exactly easy to show off either. Unless Akira is like famous on forums or something. Or maybe he has a YouTube channel. That'd be crazy. Imagine. Where are you at? He's only got a PS3. That's interesting. How do I show this? Akira, his statistics. He's got 26 games for the PS3. Monthly activities. Oh, this is trophy activities. No, he's still getting trophies for games. (2019). When did he start? Started in 2016. What? No. Doesn't have any platinum trophies. Isn't that crazy, though? Completion. Yeah, this is Peace Walker progress. He hasn't cleared all extra op missions with A rank or higher. Despite him being online every day on this game. He hasn't even done... That's crazy.
Survival.
I don't think... Like, what could he be going for? What is his mission? Has he platinum trophied anything? No. His highest played game is this. Orochi 2. And it's all in Japanese. I can't read it. But he's just a fan. He really likes Peace Walker. Got a lot of hours in this game for it to not be platinumed yet. Anyway, I think that's crazy. He's got a crazy dedication. A developer? No. What would a developer still be playing this game for? That is quite a thought, though. However unlikely. It would be cool, though. What is this? Hold up?
All the enemies by holding them up. Hold up all enemies. If you're discovered, the mission's over.
Co-op out. Freeze.
What's that noise?
Freeze. Freeze.
Guess not.
Guess not.
Freeze.
Freeze.
Alright, there's one more person and it's over by the exit, so... Don't go through this hallway until you third person and see that he isn't looking. Don't go through this hallway. Gotta turn around. Okay.
Freeze.
Freeze. And now we leave.
Head for the recovery zone. You did it. Keep it up.
All I can think about is that sneaking song that CJ sent me that one time. Easy S rank. Easy peasy. Why the fuck did... Why did Fortnite have to... The official Fortnite team, they had to tweet out, "Can't believe we need to post this, but there's no sex in Fortnite Festival. Our PEGI ratings descriptor refers to sexual references in lyrical content." Who the fuck thought there was sex in Fortnite? What the fuck? That's crazy. Hold on. Chipmunk.
Stealth.
Soccer moms.
Combat.
I fucking guess so. Alright. I guess my character is ready. I'm pretty sure the PEGI rating system is like the Europe rating system. Which is very funny. Oh boy.
The enemy reinforcements. Don't let them get in the boss's way.
Don't worry, it's non-lethal. Oh my god, there's fucking 40 enemies. Wait, did I shoot you? I don't think there's any way to get this mission done faster. It's just I'm just doing it because they come out at a certain rate. Where come from? Toonami? Yeah, Toonami was pretty tame, in my opinion.
You're doing all right in there.
Yeah, they can only come up these stairs. This is the only way up. Oh, my cat is sneezing. Where are they at? Where the fuck are they? Hey, who said you could get up there? I'll shoot you in the ass. Hey. It's so stupid. It's just that easy. They will literally never get past this. It's probably all of them, right? Yeah. Shoot them again just for good measure. You know what? What's a few more times? Yeah, faulting them. Exits over here.
Mission accomplished.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
Base will be thrilled.
Lemon. Look at that. Shit, wrong button. Skip. 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 What? I hate staff management. Who did this? Versus. What? I had all my teams be level 99. What happened? How come some of them are level 42? What the fuck happened? Oh my god. Oh, that's right. I fired a bunch of people. Almost indiscriminately. Oh yeah, I did that. That's on me. Yeah, I did that a long time ago. I fired 80 people. But they were all like... They were literally all D, C, and B rank. So like, they weren't good. Whatever. I've already platinumed the game. It's fine. Another base defense? Chipmunk.
Combat.
Interesting. Damn. Putting my phone down onto my desk makes a loud noise. What is this?
Neutralize all enemy attackers.
Ugh. What? That motherfucker got up. What? Hold on, did you see that? That guy died. No, he took fall damage. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay, I won't shoot them while they're jumping off of a edge then. Oh my god. Oh shit, my bad. That's stupid. Alright, I mean, these guys should be it up there that we just took care of. Extraction zone's gonna be around here somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
They'll be thrilled. They'll be ecstatic. They'll be so happy. Yay, S rank. Yay. Whoa. That's a username I've never seen. What the heck? Defend key supplies. Whoa. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I guess we just defend it. Scary sounds.
Those boxes contain important supplies. Make
Okay,
sure
I'll
nothing happens to them.
do this one. How many are there? Is it just 2? Oh no, there's 3. Okay. you can see both of those from the same doorway. Like this one. What? Where is he? Oh shit, up there? Oh, that's crazy. Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Collateral. The fuck are they? Oh, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Because I'm constantly staring at the door, it forces them to spawn upstairs. If I look away, then look back, then they spawn. Alright, well I think you just shot the last two guys up there, so I don't know where the spawn is, where the exit is.
Head for the recovery zone.
Where is it?
Pick you up there.
Shit. I don't know where it is. I guess it's up. I guess it's up and outside. Yep. Sometimes it's inside, sometimes it's not. Very strange. Surely that's S, right? Yeah. Alright, cool. Those are more obnoxious ones. Alright. Give me the jump. No, that's alright. You gotta hit it at like an angle. Holy shit, it's Mega Seth. He's doing Zeke. Fucking good luck, pal. I mean, it's pretty easy, but, you know, good luck. Damn, I'm getting hungry. Capital H. Hungry. Let's see. Defend the bases. 20 people. Okay. Allowing all bases to be captured will result in instant mission failure. Oh, that's easy. That's easy peasy. What the fuck? Oh yeah. Yep.
Neutralize all enemy attackers.
So let's see, there's 2 spots here and there's 1 spot over here. So literally standing from just right here, you can see everybody on the map. I keep getting to them before you can. Yeah, this one's truly just that easy. It's only come from 2 spots. And the shotgun just collapsed them anyway. This music is actually reminding me of Terraria. Quite a lot, actually. Alright, there's only 1 more swarm, so... I say swarm, it's just a duo. Yeah. And the exit will be right around here. Ish. I lied.
Head for the recovery
It's over
zone.
here.
We'll pick you. Mission
I wanna complete Terraria. I wanna get all the trophies. Trophies? I meant achievements, because PC is better for that game. Wicked. Wicked easy mission. Man, every time I scroll Twitter, I see more and more like artists just posting art, and it makes me want to do. It wants me. I can't speak. It makes me want to redo my VTuber. Or VTuber? PNG Tuber. Because there's a new software that's out that makes PNG tubing like way more cool. But I want to figure it out and get doing it. But I have to do a whole new model. Akira's doing holdups. Dude, I did holdups with Akira like 4 years ago. Not 4 years ago. It was like early 2020 when I got the PlayStation 3. But still. Wait, that was almost 4 years ago. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Hold on. It's almost 2024. What the fuck happened? 30 targets. $20. What do you need $10 for? PayPal, top trending on Twitter. Why? No reason. No controversy. Just people doing PayPal scams. Hmm.
Those boxes contain important supplies.
Oop,
Make sure
oop,
nothing
sorry. Hold on.
happens to them.
Excuse me. Wait, hold on. Kablam. Alright, so it's these boxes. Just these 2 boxes? Really? Just these 2 boxes? What's going on over there? Who's shooting? Oh, there's like several boxes. Okay, hold on. What? Oh. There's 3 boxes. There's one upstairs. Okay, I get it. This one's gonna take a while. Oh. Thanks for spawning in front of me. That's very helpful. If I just have object permanence, yeah. See, if I hide their spawn point behind a wall, then they'll spawn. Awesome. Connection unstable. Oh, hold on, guys. He woke up. Oh, hold on. Oh no, hold on. He'll wake up again. Hold on. He's a zombie. I'm watching him. It's fucking ridiculous. That's very funny, though. RIP connection. Ah, dude, Mega Seth is really trying to get people to do boss battles today. Oh my god, I need to check on the wood stove. Oh god, bumped the microphone. Need to make sure that it's heating up the house. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, the wood stove's fine. It's going. And it's snowing outside. What? No host. What? How could this happen? Start. Okay, monochrome. We'll do this one, and then I gotta eat food. Like I've gotta eat food. And then I imagine it's late over there. Also. Make some pizza. Or ramen. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, it's food time. Have some pizza. Have some popcorn, and maybe watch a movie. Might watch a movie. Oh my god! I can shoot you? That's crazy! Holy shit! I didn't know that. Shooting it. Get out of here. What? Where'd you come from? Where are these guys coming from? They're literally spawning in front of, like, there. Also, there's a prisoner over there. That's you. What? Oh. I got shot. I got shot. Where? Where are these guys? Oh. That's where they're coming from. Alright, that's all of them. I believe extraction's right around here. Yep.
Okay. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled. I'm sure they will. S rank, let's go. No kills. Nice. Oh, stretch. GG's. GG's indeed. That was a good amount of side missions. And for the amount that we got done, that was really quick. Yeah, that was a lot. Granted, there are like 130 of these, but whoa, wait, why is that one grayed out? Oh, because Zeke is in a battle. Yeah. An A-rank medic. Let's go. Okie dokies. Oh, what's this? Skip. Skip. Yeah, I can't believe I accidentally fired like all my stuff. Yeah, these guys. Whoops. Yeah. Hold on. Alright. Food time. I'm gonna make food. And then I don't know. I'll be live again. Maybe in like I don't know. I might go live again after dinner. I might not. But if not, I will be going live tomorrow. Since I don't have any big plans tomorrow. So, thank you all to who stopped by. Thank you all for those who chatted and all that good stuff. And for all those people who have lurked, thank you as well. I wish you all a good rest of your current time zone.